many members and friends of peace who over the years have built this church. It is on this land and in this building we gather to praise and give thanks to God.
Thank you. I think that I can turn this off for now. There, I'm just going to set this down here. Good morning. I almost said welcome to worship. You can tell that I'm a pastor. All right. Next slide, please. I want to make sure that there we go. Okay, one more. Perfect. So I want us to meet each other first. And then after that, we're going to have a little devotion, and then we will get ourselves started. So let me introduce myself first. I'll tell you a little bit more about me than what is there. My name is Joanna. I'm she, her are my pronouns. I'm married with a family. My husband is from Jamaica, so we have a biracial family. We have 2 adult children, stepchildren, and then together, Raymond and I have 2 younger children, Isla and Spencer. I've been a pastor for 15 years, which doesn't make any sense because I'm not that old. I don't know where that went. I have a background in gerontology before I went to seminary. My degree was in gerontology. So everything I do is about people. It just seems to be where I am and who I am always. And then in 2021, in the height of the pandemic, I went back to school because it seemed like a good idea at the time. And so I went back to the seminary, which we don't call a seminary anymore, but I went back to Luther and I got a degree in spiritual care and psychotherapy. So now I am a full-time pastor and a psychotherapist, and I do both, full-time church and then part-time therapy on the side. I have 3 churches. I serve the United in Faith Ministry Partnership that is just kind of north of Waterloo. So I serve St. Jacob's and Elmira and a little town called Conestoga. And we're a busy 3 little churches. So life is full and great. Much, much to give thanks for. So that's who I am. And I would really love to know who you are. So let us all take a moment. It was your name and which congregation you join us from. And then everybody's name has a story. And even if it's not a fancy story, right? But a story. I am named for my Oma, who was Johanna. My mom used to tell a story. She died when I was 2, so I really have no memory of her. But my mom used to tell a story of walking into a room with my Oma holding me saying, "Meine kleine Johanna." So that is the story of my name. So who would like to start? Catherine? Yeah, that would be great. Please.
My name is Catherine Gom. I am serving as assistant to the Bishop of the Eastern Synod. Trinity Lutheran in Hamilton is my congregation. And what was the other one? The story of my name. So I have 3 older brothers. My parents thought maybe I would also be a boy, so they had the name Andrew picked out, or Andreas. I ended up being a girl instead. I think they were picking names that could work in German and in English so that we could pronounce them in both, and they just liked the name Catherine. There's nobody in my family, I think, that is a Catherine. But I think my mother wanted the name Cornelia. It's very popular in Germany still, I think, Cornelia, but I think my father won out and I got Catherine instead. So, yeah. I'm going to pass the mic around so we can hear each other.
Hi there, good morning everyone. My name's Karen. I'm a member here with this wonderful church family at Peace Lutheran Church. My parents, who the stained glass window up there is commemorated to, we're founding members here for 55 years. My father was an interpreter, he was Lithuanian. And I had a wonderful cousin who was just an incredible human being, both her spiritual faith and how she conducted herself, so inspirational and motivational. And her name was Karin, and we spoke German and many other languages in the home. So that's where my name Karen came from. Yeah.
Good morning. My name is Marlena, or in German Marlene, but I come from Martin Luther Church, and I work in the office as the office manager as well as being a member, so kind of led to that. As you know, my name can go both ways, also German, but in English that would become Marlene. So I don't go by Marlene. I've added the A at the end in English just so that there's no confusion. But yes, there was definitely debate within my parents what would be an appropriate name in German. And I think, yeah, that's where we ended up with Marlene, sometimes Marlena.
Hello everyone, I'm Emma. I'm with the Martin Luther Church. I coordinate a program there called Bowls and Blessings, where we give out food to our community on Tuesdays and Fridays. My parents chose my name, for me and my sister actually, because their names everyone kept spelling wrong. So my mum's called Doreen, and she often got called Doreen. And it upset her because that's like the name of her mum, my grandma. So they just wanted, and my dad's called Jan, which gets spelt. So they just wanted a simple name. And I'm like, I hated my name growing up because in my class, there were 3 Emmas. So I was always Emma C. I've loved it like since moving here because there's not that, I mean there's some, but there's not that many Emmas around. So I'm kind of glad for that. And nobody can misspell my name unless you're completely like illiterate and can't write. So, yep.
I'm Marcia, and I'm from St. Philip's. My name, I guess my parents just had trouble figuring out a name. My father always said Mom was reading a true romance book and saw it. And it's always troubled me because, in any TV show I've ever seen or any book I've ever written, Marcia is always the nasty girl. And I've worked all my life to be the nice girl because nobody ever thinks I am a nice girl. And a lot of people call me Marcia, and you know what? I can't be bothered to correct people. I'll answer to anything. Hey, you, or come on over here, or whatever. But it really is Marcia, and I can't understand why people wouldn't just pronounce it phonetically. But go for it.
Stand here so I can face everyone.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So my name is Jemina, Jemina. I'm from Peace here. Did you hear so far? Okay. I'm a widow. I've been a widow for almost 12 years. My husband was here at Peace as well. And, I have a really interesting story about my name. So my dad was a lay pastor in British Guiana. And he gave me the most unusual name. And I was mad at him when I was growing up. He didn't know that because no one else had my name. So the siblings were Mary, Juliet, George Luther, me, Jemina, Arnold Melanchthon, and Carol Roxana. So, like, to me, they all had great names. And the boys got named after Martin Luther and his friend, Melanchthon. So anyway, over the years, people complimented me on my name, and so I started to like it. But I could never find it anywhere. I could never find anyone with the same name. Well, sometime in the 90s, at one of our church sales, right in that room over there, we had books. And I was looking through the books, and there was a little baby name books. Lo and behold, I found my name in that book. And it said that it was Greek, and it meant right-handed. Well, that was really something, because I can't do anything with my left hand. I cannot write with my left hand. So that's my story. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Shakura. My story is not as exciting as Jemina. Sorry. Jemina is my sister-in-law. My background is Muslim, so Shakura is a Muslim name. Yeah, sorry. I don't know where my mom got the name from, but I know it's a Muslim background. That's all I can tell you. Okay? Yes? Okay. To Arnold, my husband.
Hi, everybody. My name is Arnold, and Shamina is my sister, so my second name is Melanchthon, because after my dad, he used to be Hindu, and then he became a Christian, and then he got named Arnold, and then he fell in love with Martin Luther, so my brother and myself got named after. So that's the story about my name, and I'm a member here at Peace for 47 years.
Hi, my name is Rosemarie. I know it's Rosie, but it's short, and I used to hate my long name. I always hated people shortening my name, and so I said, it's Rosemarie, not Rosemary, Rosemarie. But now, it's like the last 20, 30 years, I like Rosie. I really do. And actually, it's also very unique because, we're German. And my great-great-grandmother was Rose. My great-grandmother was Rosa. And my grandmother was Rosie. So, and then came my dad, and so therefore there was no more, and I was the next in the generation. And that's the meaning of my name, and I've been at Peace for about 24 years here.
Good morning. My name is Janet. I really don't know where the name came from. It's not a family name. All I know is my dad wanted to call me Deirdre, and my mother said, no way. So somewhere Janet came. I've been a member of Peace for quite a few years. I did grow up in Hamilton and was part of Redeemer Lutheran Church. My grandfather was a Lutheran minister. One of my uncles was a Lutheran minister, so I come by it honestly, even though I spent some time going to the United Church because there was no Lutheran church close by.
My turn already? My name is actually Sharon, not Sherry. But every time I heard it, it seemed like I heard it because I was in trouble. So I wasn't really happy about that. And one day, which happened to be my 12th birthday, I was really feeling sorry for myself because I had the measles. And so no party, no school, no celebration, nothing. And I thought, it's because of my name. I need to change it. So I'm sitting there watching TV, and along comes this person who does all sorts of puppets. And her name was Sherry Lewis. Oh, and it was not the normal Sherry. I do an A and I do an I. And I thought, I haven't run into anybody else like that. Of course, I lived in a town of 3,200, so it wasn't really very likely. But nowadays, even Canada Revenue recognizes me as Sherry. And that's my story.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Fiona, and I am a member here at Peace for the last 11 years, I think, and very happily part of this lovely church family. My pronouns are she and her. And my name, well, back when I was expected, I'm the youngest in the family. My parents had a deal. She could name the boys, and he would name the girls. So when they got down to me, they were waiting to figure out what I would be called. My dad liked Fiona. My mother liked Candace. I'm so glad I didn't become Candy. However, Fiona was very unusual back in the day. Thank goodness for Mike Myers, who comes from the same part of England that my family comes from, and he brought Fiona as a character in Shrek. And now I'm recognized world over. And even we went to Universal Studios and had our pictures taken with the face of Shrek and Fiona. So we have that in our bedroom. And Fiona means fair or white. And I was fair when I was young, and now I'm white. So it worked out. Thank you. Good morning.
Hi, my name is Mary Ann, and I belong to the Catholic Church, St. Isaac Jokes. But I'm here on behalf of DARS. DARS is Dedicated Advocacy Resources Support, and we use the church hall downstairs to give food to the homeless. And my husband and myself, we both volunteer with DARS with the clothes and the food. And so DARS is doing like a lot of good work. So we were invited to come to this session. And besides DARS, we also do voluntary work with the church with the needy, where we give out gift cards to our congregation that anybody that needs it. Okay, thank you.
Good morning. My name is Desmond. I'm from Pakistan. I belong to St. Isaac Jokes Church, and I'm a hospitality minister as well as a Eucharistic minister. I visit the nursing homes and the homebound every Sunday. I am also a volunteer for DAS, and I don't know why my parents gave me an Irish name, Desmond, so sorry.
Good morning. I'm Marilyn. My middle name is Susan. Good old 50s names. You know, I always get teased. Oh, Marilyn Monroe. No. Yes, my last name is Metcalf, but no, thank you. I didn't always like my name, and my pen name is Mary T, M-A-R-I. I've often wanted to change my first name, and I really never liked Susan. It was such a common name. Until 2024, I was visiting my aunt in England, and she showed me my great-grandmother's grave and my great-great-grandmother's grave. Their name was Susan. So I'm from St. George's Anglican Church in Pickering Village. I'm the deacon there. And for many years, I was involved before I turned 65 and got ordained. So I've been ordained about 9 years. And prior to that, I was in trade union work and studying labor law, but I switched to theology and spirituality.
My name is Patricia. Most friends and family call me Patty or Pat. My preferred pronouns are she, her. I am a member of St. George's congregation in Ajax with Marilyn. We've not been there all that long, maybe 4 or 5 years now. We were in an evangelical church for 30 plus years before that, and just really felt God was moving us on to something different. I grew up in the Catholic Church, so going into an Anglican church was very familiar, and actually a very healing time and process. The name Patricia, I'm the first one in the family to have that name, but then there are others after me. I have 2 cousins. One cousin named their daughter Patricia after me. My second name is Louise, and that's after my mom. So that's mine.
Lovely. Lena and Elizabeth, did you want to? And our Zoom folks, do we have a way for our Zoom folks to introduce themselves? No, not really well? Okay. Did you want to introduce yourself? Okay, so we have Lena on tech, and maybe on a lunch we'll find out the story of Lena's name, because I loved this. And then Elizabeth, who's helping with the Zoom room, and we will learn about Elizabeth's name at some point. Did you want to introduce yourself? Thanks, Catherine.
Good morning. I'm Elizabeth. I'm actually the leader of the care team here. I'm trying very hard to include people on the Zoom and the live stream. It's a little bit tricky. I'm not quite sure why. But anyway, so we have Perry, and we have Laura, and we have Lois. As our Zoom participants this morning from various congregations, Perry is in training to be a deacon and is a co-church member with Marcia. Am I correct? Okay, so I invited the Zoom members in chat to share the history of their names, and I shared the history of mine, but at the moment we're still trying to make sure that we can follow the stream. Thank you very much, everyone, for coming.
Yes.
I just wanted to say, when we were talking about why we were attending the meeting, there was a lot of talk about, reaching out to members who maybe are not coming forward, not quite sure what reason, maybe not just shut-ins, but just trying to keep the congregation, keep the church together somehow, probably not through technology. So that was kind of a point of interest I thought I'd bring to your attention.
Thank you. Okay. So let us take a moment. We'll go to the next slide, Lena, and root ourselves for this day. We are all here because we are people of faith, and this faith is what roots the work that we do. So I have scripture here. I'm not sure if somebody would like to read it. Is there somebody who would just volunteer? I don't want to put anybody on the spot. If not, I'm happy to do it. Catherine, do you want to? Yeah, that would be wonderful. Thanks.
A reading from Luke chapter 24. That same day, 2 of the disciples were making their way to a village called Emmaus, which was about 7 miles from Jerusalem, discussing all that had happened as they went. While they were discussing these things, Jesus approached and began to walk along with them, though they were kept from recognizing Jesus. By now they were near the village they were going to, and Jesus appeared to be going further. But they said eagerly, "Stay with us. It's nearly evening. The day is practically over." So the Savior went in and stayed with them. After sitting down with them to eat, Jesus took bread, said the blessing, then broke the bread and began to distribute it to them. With that, their eyes were opened and they recognized Jesus, who immediately vanished from their sight. They said to one another, "Weren't our hearts burning inside us as this one talked to us on the road and explained the scriptures to us?"
So let us pray together. I'll do the leader parts and invite you to read the bolded parts. We gather as travelers on the road to Emmaus, often weary and wondering if we walk alone.
Reveal yourself to us in the breaking of the bread and the sharing of the drink.
For the volunteers who walk miles with us, whose hearts burn within them as they study the word and tend your sheep.
May we recognize your presence and your devotion and find our own faith.
As we visit the lonely, the sick, and the searching, open our eyes to the truth that you are already there.
Let us find you in the stories of those
When,
welcoming them, we welcome you.
when the day spent in service grows late and our spirits are spent, stay with us, Lord.
Nourish us at your table, that we may care for ourselves with the same mercy.
May this time of learning together transform our eyes to see and our hearts to hold the miracle of your presence in every encounter.
From the road to the table, and from the table to the world, the risen Christ is our companion.
Amen. All right, I'm going to invite us to sing together. There's a red book in front of you, and we don't have anybody to accompany us, so we're going to sing a cappella. And there's a reason why I picked this song, and it is because I heard a story once of a woman who she was a nurse her whole career. So back half of the book, for those of you who aren't familiar with our hymn book, back half of the book, number 656. Bless you. Oh, amazing. Thank you. And so this woman told a story that she started her career working at St. Mary's Hospital in Kitchener, which was a hospital run by the Catholic Church, right? And she said they began every shift singing, "Blessed be the tie that binds," because it reminded them of what they were there for and what their job was. And I have always remembered that every single time I've sung it since then. And I think it's a really beautiful one that helps us to remember the way that we're tied together. So I'll invite you perhaps to stand if you're comfortable doing that, and let's sing together. Beautiful. Thank you for that. Oh, good. I always liked it, but especially since I heard that story, I feel like I've loved it even more. So thank you. Here is our agenda for this morning. It's heavy. The afternoon is a little bit lighter. If we happen to not quite get all the way by lunchtime, then we'll spill over a little bit into the afternoon. My morning is ambitious, but everything feels important. So we've done our welcome and introductions. I do want to say we don't have a break scheduled. We will a number of times be going into small groups for some discussion. You are more than welcome to please get up, walk around, use the facilities, whatever it is that you need to do. Take care of your comfort and your needs, right? I will not say, Marcio, why are you getting up? I won't do that to you. I want us to start then, or to continue, talking about what brought us here, right? I want us to kind of have a sense of what are the questions that you're hoping to have answered today, so that we can, at the end of the day, take a little bit of stock and figure out what we have left to do together. Because we can't possibly cover everything all in one day. If we cover most of our questions, then that will be great. So I've asked Catherine to help out and write down some questions for us. So please let me know, what are your questions? What are you hoping that we cover today? Right. Sure. Repeat them?
Yeah. Okay, so the one that came from our folks on Zoom, one of the questions was how to best support inactive or soon-to-be inactive members.
Yes, Sherry.
I am often involved with the luncheons that we have on Saturday, the outreach. Thank you. I'm often involved with the outreach lunch that we hold here on Saturday afternoons. And I've been kind of elected the person who visits with everyone, because I find it's easy to chat with people even when I don't know them. Surprise, surprise. But what I don't know is how to move from that very superficial talk to talk about faith, because I am a very strong, faithful person, and I don't know how to move from the very superficial to the deeper work.
Great question. Thank you, Sherry. Did your report cards always say that you were a talker in class too? Yes, so did mine. Joanna likes to talk a lot. Anybody else? Questions? Marcia.
My question is very self-serving for me. I have no problem preaching. I have no problem speaking to 500 Girl Guide leaders. I can't even order a pizza. And so to make the calls to people in the congregation as part of the care committee. A number of the people on our list have never been inside our doors. I have no idea who they are. Even our members who have been there since the beginning don't know them. And I don't have two sweet clues on what to say to people I've never met. Most of them are, oh, well, it's a parent with dementia who lives with a neighbor of a neighbor of a neighbor. And I want to know how to start those conversations. And I'm just so chagrined to even admit I'm a friggin' social worker, and I can go in if you're abusing your kids and talk to you, but I can't if I'm just reaching out to offer care from the church.
Thank you. Thank you for your honesty there.
Yeah, my mother always
I appreciate that, though, right? I mean, I think people assume that if we have a gift in one place, it just is broad sweeping, but that's not necessarily true.
It may not be relative to today, but we're rebuilding our pastoral care team. And how do we draw people into this ministry without scaring them off? Because they know they need training first. Patricia and I came today to hopefully learn some more about different ways, and we need to rebuild our team.
Okay, thanks. We'll check in at the end and see what we feel like we've covered of that. Anybody else? Yeah. Emma?
I don't know if it's relevant, but when I'm doing my program, Bonds and Blessings, I have a lot of people that come to me and they're like, can we talk? And they'll talk about whatever issue. The question really is like, what is too much care? Like, because I care with all my heart, and people come to me and they're like, Emma, can you get me this? Can you get me a toaster? Can you get me a TV? I'm like, yeah, I find the stuff. But I am having difficulty with the boundaries. Because people do come to the churches and they're like, offload the problems and expect you to fix it. Like you're some miracle worker. And you can only do what you can do. And you can only help as far as the congregation. You know, yeah. I think I got a question in there.
You did. Thank you. Did you get that? Yeah. Yes. Yes. Anybody else?
So with care of congregation, I think also in terms of community care, there are supports that exist outside of church, and how do you kind of bring those things together? Because we've had a few, even family doctors, contact the office and see if the pastor could help with care, which is really cool, but it's not typical. Like, you don't really necessarily see that support system rooted, like...
Connected.
Exactly, yeah. Good.
Finding those connections. That's amazing, actually.
We would found a lot of connections.
That's wonderful. That's wonderful. Anybody else? Oh, I'm sorry. You were out of my line of sight. I'm sorry, Karen.
Hi there. My husband, Larry, has advanced Alzheimer's. He's currently at the Specialized Dementia Unit for Behavioral Issues in Toronto. Having said that, he used to race Mustangs, so we have two therapy dogs. The older one is Shelby, three-year-old. They're miniature schnauzers, and the younger one is in training, although we're not quite sure if she's therapy dog material. However, I guess my question is how I can use, because I find that when I do bring them in, I bring my pooches into the long-term care regularly, and they just gravitate them, and what the animals do for these people that are so lost is just incredible. So I'd like to find more ways and more creative ways to use them to help people.
Oh, I love that. Thank you. Please, can you share it with us, Elizabeth?
Hello, this question is from Lois Smith, and the question is, how can we, or how have other congregations helped the pastor to share the load of visiting, especially with regards to the visited, always expecting the pastor to visit?
As a pastor, I say, God bless you, Lois. Thank you for that question. Anybody else? This is a great list of questions. Please, let's make it as full as we can. It will give us, it will give us more to look forward to.
I'm fairly new at this, so I just like to know more how I could help. I know Elizabeth, she and a few other people, Arnold, Lena, Shakura, Karen, everybody, they're doing things. I'm just part of the outreach lunch. And
Not just. Don't say just.
Well, I know what you're saying. So, there are things there that we learn as we're doing. And so to have a little bit more information, how to keep people safe, for instance, that is something that we have been struggling with when we started the whole PLC outreach. I also probably think there might be some more things when we're visiting the congregation. That was always the pastor's job. But honestly, Elizabeth, you are doing a phenomenal job wherever you are. So just basically what we need to know and safety.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for that, Rosie. Nina has a question.
Mm-hmm. My question is how to keep track of the visiting and visitation and things like that, and how we share amongst the team so that we can keep track of that, all the information with the pastor too, because if the pastor can't be doing everything, we'll be doing it, and then we need to be keeping track of it. And then we also, because we also need to be able to share that with the information with each other, but then we also need to think about the confidentiality and then all that kind of bags that you have to deal with.
That's a great question. I think we can cover that, I think. All right. Anybody else? Oh, wonderful.
Myself and my wife, Shakura, here, we do communion for the shut-ins. And my problem is talking. I can preach, but I can't. It's difficult for me to start and carry on a conversation. Shakura is my right hand. She does that. I depend on her for that. And so we make kind of a good team doing that. But that's something I would need help with, if that can be addressed. Also, if you can talk a bit about the new training program that Synod is developing for laity.
Yes.
Yeah.
We can give Pastor Catherine a couple minutes for that.
Yes, I was promised it would be mentioned
Okay.
at the retreat.
We're going to be here till supper, my friends. Well, it seems to me we'll have good reason to gather again.
Capture this question correctly, Arnold? How to do the talking you had said in terms of your Eucharistic ministry? Yeah,
Okay.
to start those is that correct?
Mm-hmm. And then Catherine just made sure that the question, how to do the talking, that captured what Arnold had said. Yeah. And then information on By Living Waters was in there too. Anybody else? Yes. Feel free. Yeah. You can talk twice. It's allowed.
It's not a question. It's just that Arnold and I have served on a committee together, and he may not talk a lot, but when he does, he has something significant to say.
That tends to be my experience with people who don't say a lot, is when they do listen. Yes. So I believe you. Okay, anybody else? Fantastic. Thank you for this amazing list of questions. And what incredible insight into the amazing work that you're doing. Right? I'm grateful and impressed and amazed. Well done. Okay, so let's get started then. We're going to start here with conversations around some safety stuff. Probably not enough time here to cover everything that we could, should, need to cover. But in all of this work, I think it's really, really important for us to understand that we care a lot because we're here. If you are taking pictures, I'm happy for this all to be shared with you afterwards. So if that helps you, and then you don't need to take pictures, yes, we'll email it out to participants if that's helpful to you. If you want to take pictures, you're also welcome to do that. So we're here because we care about people, and we often then think about the safety of the ones that we're visiting, right? Or the safety of the ones who come to our church. We have to remember our own safety. Safety for the ones who provide the care is very important, right? We cannot continue to provide care if something goes wrong or we are harmed or something like that. So while it may sound like a selfish place to start, it's paramount that you consider your safety. So in visits in Canada, that means if the weather is bad, you cancel, right? That is often hard. As a pastor, it can be really hard to feel like I'm prioritizing myself over the person who I'm going to see. They were looking forward to the visit. They are lonely. They are, and still, personal safety has to be a priority. So whether, in some cases, visiting in pairs is a good idea, whether that's you're visiting folks who trust your gut. If you are not completely comfortable, then there is no shame in asking for somebody to go with you or to be here in this space or wherever it is that you're serving, not alone, right? That's an important thing. So prioritize your personal safety. And don't discount that. Please don't not give it its due. Next. So then, safety for others. I looked at the policies for Peace Lutheran Church here. You guys have done a good job. Your policies help to direct you. Privacy and confidentiality is mentioned somewhere on here, and especially around sharing. So maybe the next slide would help us. Privacy and confidentiality is tricky. Even as a pastor, right? Nobody signs a document, right? As a psychotherapist, I have people sign a document that says that I will provide them with confidentiality, right? But in ministry, it's gray. Everything is, so many things are a gray area. And my practice and my encouragement to you would be to name that kind of awkwardness, right? To be able to say to people, do you want this to stay between us? Or to say, I just need you to know that when I go back to the church, I will share some of the things with the care team, right? So I'll share things like that I've been here to see you. I'll share if there's something that I'm really concerned about, perhaps. And it's always okay to say to someone, if they disclose something to you, if they say something to you, and you say in your mind, ooh, what, should I share this? Should I not? Ask them, right? Pause the conversation. Don't be afraid to say, have you talked to your children, spouse, family doctor about this, right? Would you mind if I went back and talked to Pastor so-and-so and let them know it sounds like you're really struggling? Would you mind if I share this with somebody else? Or, right, if you say it that way, you give them the opportunity to say no. If you phrase it in a different way and say, I want you to know that I feel the need to share this with Pastor so-and-so, then that helps them. And then they have the ability to decide what they can share with you. It's okay if someone doesn't feel like they want or need to share everything with you. You are not obligated to carry everyone's burden. You are not obligated, right? You are here for a specific purpose, but there are limits to what you can carry, right? You are not, you may be a social worker, but you're not there in that capacity in that moment, right? You're not a social worker. You're not a therapist. You're not a doctor. You're here as someone who's caring for people, right? To be a friend, a companion, a person of faith, to remind them that as you come, God is already there. But that doesn't mean that you have to carry everything. And it's okay for you to say, wow, this is getting really heavy. Is there somebody else who you can talk to? Can I help you to find somebody else to talk to, right? Let's go to the next. I feel like I may have covered a couple of slides here. Oh, Lena. Oh, yes, there we go. Sorry. I'm looking back and forwards. Sorry, forgive me. So, asking permission to share. Have you talked to a loved one about this? There are a couple of things that even though you are not signing a consent form or aware of, there are things in Canada that are kind of standard reportable things, right? So don't promise to keep anything a secret that you're not going to keep a secret. Abuse, if you think someone is at risk, whether they are, and there's lots of possibilities with the populations that we work with, right? Elder abuse to domestic abuse and safety issues to, right, someone who has dementia, maybe living alone, you might walk out of there and think, maybe they're not safe here. There's a whole bunch of possibilities, right? So abuse and then risk of harm to self or to others. I'm thinking about hurting myself, okay? I need you to know that I'm going to tell somebody about this, right? This is not a workshop on suicide prevention, but a huge kind of the big threshold that tips scales if you're talking to someone who's thinking about harming themselves is if they have a plan. Do you have a plan? If they say yes, then that triggers a call to, like social services or doctors. If they have a plan and are ready to enact it, 911. Hard conversations, but important, right? So risk of harm to self or others, right? It doesn't happen all that often, and hopefully it never is something that you have to deal with. But if somebody says, I'm going to hurt my neighbor, then you're going to let somebody know that you heard that, right? So please interrupt me.
That's the tricky part, because an immediate danger to others, 911. But when you call 911 for a mental health something, it's never going to work as smoothly, right? Or that's terrible, right? But that's where that tipping point with the personal mental health or whatever it is, even dementia related things, is not gray. All that is very gray.
It is.
I'll do that.
You were talking about the tipping point of when to report certain concerns, and I think my learning is that it's definitely, I don't want to say it's easier, but it's more straightforward when it's a 911 call about a physical threat or certain violence things. But when it is a self-harm, mental health issue or dementia issue, who do you call, right? Like, it's developing, but that's something that I think has been a big gap in our care system. So, yeah.
It is. I think my response is that I guess the best thing I can say is that I just don't want this information to stop with you. I don't want you to be the one who feels responsible, right? So whether you're going to your pastor or a family member, if you're meeting with an older person, do they have a child? Do they have a friend, next door neighbor? I mean, it's not always clear cut. It's not always. We have lots of people who, are a widow or a widower, and they don't have kids, or they don't have, and it's hard to know who to go to. But even if the best thing you can do is to say, I really, really want you to talk to your doctor about this when you see them, or something like that. Marcia, can you? Yes, please, Emma.
It's all right. I have actually dealt with a lot of these issues that you're talking about. So I've dealt with the person with dementia, and I've dealt with somebody who's suicidal. I've dealt with someone who's struggling with homelessness, and others that have dealt with someone that had PTSD. I dealt with all this, and what we've been trying to do as a church is to have, like Melina made a document about where we can get food, different places, and then I've made lists of like where, if it's a mental health, who to contact, like just a list for that, like housing and food insecurity and dementia, and just having these lists and numbers to phone, and as part of like the church, it's not, we kind of try and share the burden in that way by creating this like directory, I guess. And also saying, when you said about confidentiality, say, this is too heavy, I need to share it. I need to get a different perspective. Yes. Like, I'm too close to this, I'm emotional. you need someone who's just, further back a bit, that can see the situation in a different view.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. People who do this in a professional capacity have those kinds of things built in, right? As a psychotherapist, I have a supervisor that I go to, right? But as a volunteer, you don't have that. So we need to make sure that it's there for you. Yes.
I have Melina. She's I'm the mouth.
I was just going to say the community connections come in a lot because, I also run a food bank, and Daily Bread has a lot of things, if you know, had access. But the one I've had some success with is 988, when someone's talking of harming themselves or thinking of suicide, and just even giving them, hey, here's your help line. Give it a shout. And if they're younger, the kids' help phone line. So they also they don't feel they're so alone, because often, like you're saying, they don't believe they have any support, when in actual reality, some of them do have support. They don't want to bother them. They don't want to get in trouble. They don't want to upset them. And so I've found in some of those cases, just giving, hey, here's something you can do, works.
Yes. It's true. My experience is that that's very true. Seniors so often say, yes, well, I have family, but they're so busy, and my dad does the same thing. Well, I didn't want to bother you. Well, please bother me, right? So really encourage them to lean into their support networks. Yes. Anybody else? Yes.
Emma's question about making a list of different agencies to call. The region does have a book with all that kind of information.
Excellent.
I've requested for a copy for myself, and I've asked for another one, so maybe I'll give one to Elizabeth.
That would be wonderful.
And then you could
Thank
ask
you.
for more copies. Yeah.
Yes. Because, and somewhere on here I can't even find, but I do talk about somewhere having numbers accessible, right? So 911, 988 is a good one that I think that people don't know as well.
211.
Right? So how do we...
keeping the lists current.
Yes, keeping the list current, but even having a couple of those numbers top of mind, right? To say to people, you are always able to use this kind of stuff, right? But even... you're allowed to call these numbers too, right? So we are all able, and as much as we are encouraging the ones that we care for, so the whole afternoon is going to be talking about caring for ourselves, because this work, we cannot do it if we are not supported and cared for, right? Elizabeth?
Hi, this is just for myself about numbers. We're lagging back there by about 60 seconds, so you might have jumped to the next topic, and I apologize. But with regards to the Durham Region Book and 211 and things like that, it's nice that we have those resources, but we have found a few things. First of all, some of the things in those books are no longer operable, or they are not exactly what they represent themselves to be, which wastes a lot of people's time. And if you are working with someone who is phone shy, maybe doesn't even have a phone, like I spent 3 hours with a young woman sitting beside her while she phoned. And I just sat and held her baby while she phoned, resource after resource after resource. So I think what I would like to see with Marianne, and we have a DARS. I usually take everybody to DARS because they're kind of really connected with what's available. What I would like to see is a bunch of us able to meet with cases, like confidential cases, and say, I had this situation I've never had before, and I found it really helpful when I phoned this agency or that agency or this method of supporting them in order to get contact with the agency. So this is the level I'm finding, instead of just overwhelming people with numbers that they can call at this point. I just wanted to mention that.
Thank you. Yes, having one place that you point people to. Thank you for that, Elizabeth. Okay. So confidentiality and things on the next slide, we're going to talk about personal space and consent. These things don't need to be awkward. They might feel awkward sometimes, but if you decide that it doesn't need to be awkward, then it won't be as awkward, right? Just to say, I just need you to know that I'm going to be sharing some of the things of this conversation, right? It doesn't have to be, you don't have to make excuses. You don't have to apologize for that. It's just what it is. And so this is me giving you permission for it not to be awkward, okay? Okay, so let's go to the next slide. Oh, sorry, we're back one. Okay, so when I asked the Peace Care team to share their policies with me, I got, Catherine flagged this one thing as a little bit vague, which is true. It says something about, following personal space and emotional boundaries or something like that. And to be honest, it is vague language. And when I sat there thinking about it for a minute, I went, well, it's also different for everybody, right? There are people in this world who are huggers, right? We have huggers? I'm a hugger, right? But I'm not a hugger with everybody, right? And there are people in this world who are not huggers, right? And so it's not about, there's no manual that will tell you exactly what to do or how to walk those lines. You just have to feel it out. Always ask permission. Again, consent doesn't have to be awkward. I have a parishioner, I always ask if I can hug people because I'm a hugger and I will. So I always ask. And I have a parishioner who says, you don't have to ask me anymore, Pastor. But maybe she someday will have a day when she says, no, I think not today, right? There's days, I've had somebody who said once, I love your hugs, but if you hug me, I'm going to cry, and I don't want to cry right now. Okay, fine, right? So ask. Don't make it weird. It doesn't have to be weird, right? So just consent. A really good rule of thumb around emotional and personal space boundaries is that the person who has the bigger boundary always wins, right? If you are a hugger and someone is a handshaker, the handshaker will always win, right? Sorry to the huggers in the room. The person who doesn't want to handshake will always win, right? We always respect the person with the bigger boundary. We will get our hugs from people who want to hug us and not impose our hugs on people who are not ready for it. Okay? Does that make sense? Right? There are days and weeks of workshops to be spent on boundaries, and that's not today. Please avail yourself of those. The By Living Waters School is going to be working on that, so sometime in the coming months, some of those will be available, hopefully. And you can jump into those. Any questions on boundaries before we jump ahead into getting into visits? Yes?
So yeah, I'm a hugger. And I hug everybody. But I always go, hugs?
Yes, right? And it's as easy as that, right? Hug?
And then if I'm in any awkward situation or make a fool out of myself or whatever, I'm like, I'm British, I can't help
it. Humor is amazing. I employ humor a lot. and it's a great way to kind of walk our way through this stuff. Okay, so arriving and joining. So we are in a visit or in a, right, I'm aware that we're in all kinds of different situations, right? So somebody's coming in or we're going out or whatever it is. But this kind of beginning part of being together, start with easy and relatable, right? There's a reason why people talk about the weather and they talk about the traffic, and it's actually because it's really effective. It's a really effective way for people to kind of come together. Did you find parking when you got here? Or, gosh, I found a parking spot. Wow, I was so excited. We got good parking when we came. Or, people in Canada can always talk about the weather, right? There's always something to complain about with the weather. It's too hot, it's too cold, it's too snowy, it's too rainy, right? How many of us this morning talked about the weather and the drive-in, right? So this is actually an important part of the visit. It's this moment where you start to make a connection, right? People do not generally walk into a room together and dive into the deep end, right? Every once in a while it happens, and that's usually someone who has a really huge need and hopefully is not what you are experiencing every single time, right? But this is actually an important piece. It tends to be short, maybe 3 to 5 minutes before you can go a little bit deeper. But don't feel like this is not important. Yeah, this is actually a piece of what you are doing. So come in, establish a connection. Helping people to feel safe and connected to you is what is going to help you to go to the next steps of what is included in a visit. So, just little, you all have these experiences. I bet even Arnold can talk about the weather, right? All right, sorry, I didn't mean to pick you out there. Okay, let's go to the next slide. So, this is the meat of your visit. Advancing the conversation. I'm going to let Lena press enter a couple of times and we're going to fill up this slide. So active listening, there is the listening during the traffic part or the weather part, and then there is the kind of listening that happens in this part. We call this more active listening. This is the moment when you're leaning in, when you're not thinking about the traffic for the drive home or your grocery list, terrible about what are we going to have for supper, right? So this is the moment when you're really trying to kind of focus and zero in. There are some skills here that are helpful. So reflecting back what you are hearing, paraphrasing, right? Oh, it sounds like you're having a really hard time, right? Or like, it's, wow, you're angry, right? I'm hearing this. What can we do to hear? Like, how can I hear this for you or hold this? It sounds like I'm noticing. Find little phrases that might help you. And then there's 2 different kinds of questions. And having some awareness of these 2 different kinds of questions can be helpful. So open-ended questions, you perhaps are aware of these, right? Open-ended questions, tell me about, how is, where was this, right? Anything that's really not looking for a yes or a no. Open-ended questions like, tell me a story, tell me how it went. these are the conversation, these are questions that help to really propel a conversation forward and deeper, right? What was it like for you, right? Open-ended questions are really helpful when you want somebody else to do the talking. You ask an open-ended question, right? When you are looking for specifics, then you ask a closed-ended question. These are questions that are looking for a yes or a no. These, a conversation that is peppered with closed-ended questions is the one that is exhausting. And it's hard because you're always having to think about what the next question is going to be, right? So open-ended questions help the other person to bear the load of the talking, right? Figure out how to use them and you'll be home free, right? But these closed-ended questions have moments when they're actually really helpful and important. Did I understand this correctly? Right? Have you talked to your doctor about this? Does your child know that you are having trouble getting in and out of the bathtub? Right? Are you safe? It's a closed-ended question and a very important one, right? These are questions that need clear-cut answers. There are also moments, right, as dementia progresses. I have an aunt who has fairly advanced dementia. One of the parts of her dementia is that she has a lot of word loss. So I only ask her closed questions because yes and no is something she can handle. If I ask her an open-ended question, she is just going to get frustrated and it makes the whole visit harder. So I ask easy yes-no questions. She's able to then participate, and those visits are short because it's all she can handle. Not every visit needs to be an hour or an hour and a half, depending on the person. Sometimes 20 minutes, a good 20 minutes is the right thing, okay? Does that make sense? Everybody? Okay. Perfect. So next. As you meet with people, listen for joys, concerns, griefs. I'm going to make you pray later, and you're going to want to know what they're happy about, what they're grateful for, and what they need to pray for. So as the conversation progresses, just file those little bits away, right? Well, thank God for good families or access to health care or whatever it is, right? Okay. So, next slide. I'm going to stop talking for a minute or a few minutes. Very predictably, we are way behind in what I thought I was going to be. So our conversations are going to get a little bit shorter, but that's okay. So I'm going to break you up into groups of maybe, I think we have 4 groups of 4 or something like that. And we'll just kind of spread out a little bit, probably about 10 minutes. And we're going to talk through, can we go back one slide? Oh, that's okay. That's all right. So it says practice in small groups. Oh, okay. So that's fine. So we're going to practice in small groups for a couple of minutes. There will be, like I said, I think there's 4 in each group. I'm going to encourage one of you to pretend you're the visitor, one of you to pretend that you are the person visiting, and the other 2 get to watch. But it doesn't mean that you're off the hook, because after the first 2 people talk for a couple minutes, then the observers are going to talk about what they noticed. You used good open-ended questions, or you used closed-ended questions, or I loved your conversation about the weather, something like that, right? So I'm going to give you about 10 minutes, and just, again, it might feel a little bit awkward to start. That's okay. We're going to just move through it and find our way together. Okay, so feel free to, if you want to move around a little bit, and I will call you back in about 10 minutes. So yeah, in this, all you're doing is just practicing what we've talked about so far. Just this the beginning and arriving. So yeah, maybe just come into the back here, or even just where you kind of do where you be fine. Or on this side of you. That's okay. Whatever we have. Okay. Yeah. That's okay. It's fine. The next. That's what I mean. Like, practicing. Practicing. a step. It's a stepping stone to the bigger stuff. That's the first question is, but then oh, we're joking. Good, we're talking about that. Mm-hmm. It certainly happened. I have a senior. Probably that she's been like she moved. And now she says Tanya Raymer is her pastor because she goes to church with Trinity New Member every Sunday online. And when I go visit her, we don't do communion. She does communion with Tanya. And so I say to her, more than welcome to glad that you found that. Can I still visit you? Absolutely, she says. Right? So, yeah, it doesn't feel like that's not who I am. I have no need for that. I love to stay in touch. And so I visit her like a few times a year. It's like I don't live in her back pocket. But yeah, she's like, Pastor Tanya's my pastor now. Okay. That's right. Yeah. I say to people, now there's lots of people who are always that's a meaningful pastoral interaction, right? I mean, not call it a visit per se, but they don't want me to come to their house. So I pray with people over a text and like of course.
kids with emotional and behavioral problems. So when I talk to dads, I talk about it. So I'm trained almost not to.
Right.
So this is the part.
This is the next piece. We're going to talk about this. Yes. I'm going to invite you to come back.
Do you talk to our Zoom group just for a minute?
Right now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Have you been visiting the...
No, I didn't.
Okay. Oh, are you...
I didn't. We were going to just move into the next one, and how about I come and do that, and then we're going to have another conversation, and then I'm going to send them out into groups again. So how about I come?
Okay, I assumed you were visiting each small group to see
I just
how
let
they
them,
were doing.
not for this one.
Because they would like some direction.
Perfect.
I would like, okay,
Okay,
that's perfect.
perfect. Okay. Okay. How is that? Interesting. Okay. Does it feel a little awkward, the pretending and the watching? It might. That's okay. That's okay too. All right. So we're going to jump ahead. There's, as I said, there's lots and lots to cover, and we probably don't have enough time to do everything. Lena, when you are able to, perfect. So we're going to talk about faith and talking about our faith. Not for everyone, but for some folks, and in my experience, particularly for Lutherans, this is what I like to call a growing edge. We are not all great at talking about our faith, especially as Lutherans. I have friends and colleagues who are from different faiths, and I just seem to find that they are more comfortable. And so let's do this together. My encouragement for you, can you press enter again, is to stay where you're comfortable, or to at least to start where you're comfortable, and then challenge yourself to move forward a little bit. And then next again. One little trick, I think, which is a good place to start, is to choose a go-to, right? You visit lots of people, but they don't all go to all the visits with you. So you can talk about the same psalm with everybody, and nobody will be the wiser, right? Except for you. But that's okay, right? So to choose for yourself, like, so that you know what your favorite story is, or your favorite psalm. You know, when I am struggling, I always turn to Psalm whatever it is, right? 23. For me, it's 121, right? Or Matthew 28, right? I am with you always, or whatever it is. It can be anything. But know what your favorite is, so that if you ask them, do you have a favorite psalm? And they stare at you, you say, my favorite is this. And sometimes when I'm struggling, I turn to this one, right? Get yourself a little Bible that you can take with you. I'm 15 years into this, and I would just like you to see my Post-it notes, right? I have things posted. I've written prayers that I have printed out and pasted in the front and back of my pastoral care book. This actually isn't a prayer. It's Psalm 23 in the King James Version, because this book, this little book is the Pastoral Care Book, and it does not have the King James Version. But our older folks learned the King James Version, and they know it. They don't have it memorized. They know it by heart. And so, but I, of course, am younger-ish, and I learned it in different words, and so I have it printed out in the King James Version so that I can do it with them. Do not be afraid to fill your. This was my CPE Bible because I was terrified. So CPE is clinical pastoral education. It's a part of seminary training for Lutheran pastors, and we predominantly do those in a hospital setting. Not everybody does, but I did. And I was terrified that I was going to walk into someone's hospital room and say something really dumb, and that I was going to turn people off of faith forever and just ruin everything. And so I had this little thing, and I filled it with prayers at the beginning, and how do I do this, and what do I do, and see, here was my little, apparently that was our weekly schedule. Like, everything in this book was like a safety net for me, but nobody else needed to know that when I turned, it was actually a blank page that I had filled with a prayer or something like that, right? So feel free, right? Now the Bible is on my phone. I have an app for that. But don't be afraid to carry what you need, right? Choose your go-to, something that you are comfortable talking about, that you can come back to. And in time, maybe you get a second story that you lean on. Sometimes I pick this one, and sometimes I pick this one, right? Do what you need. And then practicing language is something that we know through research is really helpful, right? So to say things like, you go to the next slide, please. Again, I think the next one. Oh, maybe not. That's okay. But to say, like, to practice lines as responses. If people come to you and they're having whatever it is, right? So the couple that I have in my notes here, like, I believe that God is gracious, right? Somebody is carrying something, you know, I feel so badly. I feel like, you know, will God forget? I believe that God is gracious and loving. And I always remember that when I'm struggling, right? I believe that God is always with us, even if we can't feel God in that moment. I believe. And it's helpful for you to, rather than say, God is this, right? But to make it personal and say, I believe that God is always with us, even when things feel really dark. Even if I can't feel God, I still believe that God is there. I believe that Jesus loves everyone, right? Even you, even so-and-so, even I believe, right? And practicing those lines helps you to access them. Creating the words in the moment is just harder. It's a little bit trickier, and then we tend to get a little bit more anxious. So if you have those lines practiced, they come forward a little bit more easily, and you're able to kind of keep the conversation, right? So it might feel a little weird practicing them. That's okay. You can do it with each other. You can do it in front of a mirror, and you can do it in practice as you encounter people, right? So grounding yourself in your own favorites and in what you believe. Okay. So we are going to go out into groups again, but I have scenarios for you this time. So I created just a couple of scenarios that are really, I think, like fairly common, right, to the kinds of visits and encounters that we have with homebound members. I don't have as many that are, or really I don't have any that are really particular to like street ministry or that kind of thing, but I think you will be fine and it will be relevant enough, and we'll give one to the Zoom group, and they can have conversation as well. So this will help you. So you're going to have that kind of one person who's pretending to be the visitor, one person who's being the one visited, and then the others who are watching. So read the details of the scenario together, and then just have a conversation for a few minutes and see if you can't find a way to get to faith, right? And then, so 3 to 4 minutes, you're going to have more time than that. But then after that couple of minutes, get to faith, stay there for a minute or two, and then pause, and then talk about the experience as a group together. Does that make sense? Perfect. Okay, so here, let me pick a scenario. Our Zoom folks are going to... Perfect. Sure. Perfect. Thank you so much. And then, are you guys, it might be that we just have 3 groups, so you might not need a whole scenario. So now we'll come back maybe, we'll have about 15 minutes, come back at about 11:25. Okay. I'm going to pull us back in. How was that? Good? Okay. Hold on to those. Hold on to it. We're gonna go back into that in a couple of minutes. So if Sherry was honest enough, if Lena, you, can you move us on to the next slide, please? Oh, that's helpful. Thank you. One more. Okay. So Sherry was honest enough or vulnerable enough to say to us, talking to people about faith is hard. Just by show of hands, how many of you are really comfortable if someone says to you, will you pray with people? Oh, well done. A couple. Good. Fantastic. It took me years praying out loud with people when I went to seminary was one of the things that I was most terrified to do. And it has taken me a long time to become more comfortable with it. So there are a couple of things that I think can help us to feel a little bit more comfortable with. So this quote is from Anne Lamott. I don't know much about God and prayer, but I have come to believe over the past 25 years that there is something to be said about keeping prayer simple. Amen to that, right? One of the, I born and raised in the church. One, I think, of the biggest problems with the Lord's Prayer, which is such a fundamental place for all of us, is that it uses too many fancy words, that it makes perhaps children and adults think that in order to talk to God, we have to use fancy words, and we don't. This quote comes from the book. I picked the quote as much just because of the book that it comes from as I did the quote. Anne Lamott's book is called Help, Thanks, Wow, the 3 Essential Prayers. And she would argue that every prayer can basically be boiled down to, wow, God, something is amazing. Thank you for whatever, and help. And I think that if we can understand, if we can help to wrap our minds around that, it can help us kind of find our entry point. The next one is Maya Angelou, who says, people will forget what you said, people will forget what you did, but people will never forget how you made them feel. And how many, is anybody gonna argue that that's not true? The most meaningful moments in your life, do you remember the exact words that somebody said, right? No, but you remember how you felt, right? Very, very recently, a dear friend of mine, her father-in-law passed away. They had a chaplain come in the room in those last, moments, maybe an hour before Bill died. And my friend, who is a pastor actually, she said, she prayed and she said, and I have no idea what she said. That's what and she was telling the story and she was crying. She said, but whatever, it was so beautiful and it felt so meaningful. And proof that this is true, right? It didn't matter exactly what Chaplain Florence said. It was just that they felt it. So, and that's hopefully makes you less anxious, not more anxious. So, next slide. My suggestion to you, for those of you who don't just immediately feel comfortable praying, is that this is your formula. It is still 15 years in, basically what I do. I start every prayer with people giving thanks. I usually start with, we thank you, God, for this day, for being together, for today I wouldn't say sunshine. Today I would say, for the rain that nourishes your earth and promises flowers to come. Right? I start the prayer in the same place I start the conversation. Right? What are we thankful for? And then I have practiced language in my head, and I say something like, even as we give thanks, we ask for your help, God. We ask for your presence. And then I switch into the help portion of the prayer. So whatever that is, right? They need strength. They need peace. They need comfort from their anxiety. They need answers for their diagnosis. They need whatever. We all need something, right? And then if they are somebody, so here's your flag, right? Then I bring in perhaps pieces from the conversation. Thank you, God, for families. Be with so-and-so's loved ones as they worry and are concerned for this person. Or be with doctors and nurses. Give them your wisdom, right? So I'm then pulling into the prayer something that we've talked about that addresses the moment, and then we trust in your care, or we trust that you're always with us. Amen, right? You can do lots and lots of things and go lots of places with thank you, help, amen. Does that make sense? Right? Yes, it does need some practice, right? And I will give you, right? I've been doing this now long enough. But I think that having that in your mind, right? If you just say to somebody, pray. Gosh, I used to just freeze up. Yes, Catherine, I think you were going to say something. Catherine has the microphone.
I was just going to say, too, I think some of the anxiety, I know it certainly was for me when I started to have to pray for people or pray publicly, was this idea of perfection, right? You talked about it in terms of that Lord's Prayer. We're used to this sort of very sort of fancy way to pray, and we think that has to be, we think about perfection, saying the right words, the perfect words. I think we do best if we disown ourselves of the notion of perfection in prayer.
Yes. Let me give you permission to pause, right? We give you thanks. It's an illusion. It is an illusion. I just told a story to Lena and Carol, right? It was Carol? Dawn. Oh, I'm sorry. Dawn, wherever you are, forgive me. So I had a parishioner come up to me, and this happened really quite recently. She came up to me. It was midweek. We were at something that happens at the church in the middle of the week. And she said to me, I need to apologize to you, Pastor. I said, for what? She had been the lay leader on Sunday, done the reading and helped with communion. And she said to me, I was really off on Sunday and I made mistakes and I came up for communion too soon. And I'm really sorry. I just was not, wasn't really present and in it. I said to her, yeah, that's okay, right? I'm me. And so I don't have any expectations of perfection from my lay leaders or myself. That's not true. I expect it more from myself. But I said to her, yeah, we all come as we are. I said to her, I make mistakes all the time. And she said to me, Yeah, I've noticed. And I said, well, good, then I'm showing you how it's okay to make mistakes. But it was really funny. She was very honest in that moment. And I went away and laughed very hard at her. I've noticed. So if that is permission to not be perfect, it's not about having the right words. It's not about doing. It's just about being there. And people are going to remember that you made them feel loved and seen. And that's the gift. So let my imperfection be your permission to also be imperfect.
And let the laughter be part of it.
Yes. Yes, and let the laughter be part of it. Thank you, Fiona. Okay, so forgive me, I feel like I'm bringing you in and sending you out, and we're up and down, but maybe moving around is good too. So now I'm going to send you out to have this conversation. So the questions: what is your comfort level, right? Are you one of our dear folks who are very comfortable? Are you not comfortable? What do you think is helpful in what we've just talked about? And then find that scenario again. You don't have to be the same visitor and visitee, but someone brave can take a stab at praying out loud in front of others. And then the rest of you can all say, that was really great. Okay? So we will come back. We'll come back at about noon. We're scheduled for an hour for lunch. Would it be fair if we said we shorten that a little bit and then we can fit a little bit more in? Perfect. Okay, so we'll come back at noon. We might start lunch a few minutes late and then perhaps come back a few minutes early. Okay, so I will send you out again. We'll come back at 12. dementia, and she reverted back to German as her dementia advanced. And so I would pray the Lord's Prayer in German with her, right? Pastor Catherine said, yes, I printed it out and pasted that in my book, right? So whatever it is, whatever your tips and tricks are, share them with one another, right? That's just great. Okay, so I'm going to do just a quick little bit around wrapping up, and then I think that we'll save the next little piece for the beginning of the afternoon. So wrapping up a visit. You're there, you've had good conversation, you managed to go deep, you maybe even managed to have a little conversation about faith. How do you get out? Has anybody ever had this trouble? That you're there, but now you're never going home, it feels like, right? I'm glad that you can laugh, and it's not only me who's had this experience, right? So go in with a plan. There are some folks that you purposefully book your visit with them at 11 a.m. because you know that lunch is coming, right? And then there's other folks I know that I don't make any other plans in the afternoon because I'm just going to be there a while, right? Different people have different needs, right? So go in with a plan. You are allowed to have an appointment that comes up. I have a colleague who taught me this. You can have another appointment coming up. That appointment can be with yourself, right? I have an appointment at 3 o'clock. They don't need to know that that's your time for a coffee, right? This has been so wonderful. I have an appointment coming up, right? I'm noticing the time, it's almost time for lunch, right? And you will find your way. But again, practicing a sentence or two, right? Practicing the language, again, will help you when you need to find it, right? Finish off with affirmations and assurances. Do not make a promise that you can't keep. Don't promise them that you'll be back next week if you do not know absolutely that you will be. Don't promise, right? I'm going to see you all the time. That's my problem. I have 3 congregations and a very long list of people that I visit. So I always say to people, I will be back, right? That I can promise. Can I promise it's going to be next week or the week after? I cannot. I can absolutely promise them that I will be back and that it will be as soon as I'm able, right? I can tell them how much I've enjoyed the visit. This has been so lovely. I've really enjoyed it. I hope you've enjoyed it, right? So assurances. And don't make a promise you can't keep. Anybody else have any other advice or anything from the morning so far? I would be happy to hear your comments on how this has been so far. Great.
It's just been nice to everyone's view, and it's like you just said about having an appointment. I've never used that. I'm always, that is something that I'm going to do for sure.
There you go. Yeah. You do not have to tell them what the appointment is. No. You just have to say, I have an appointment. Yeah.
I usually do.
Right? There is always somewhere to be, right?
It's like I'm either early, or late.
Yes.
And time does not exist for me.
Yes, right? For me, my kids are a great excuse, right? Oh, I have soccer practice. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, I think it's really important to take that appointment for yourself afterwards, because sometimes it's very draining to visit. And if we haven't protected ourselves with prayer first before going in, that downtime, I'm a contemplative, so I need that. But not everybody is. Some people have to go out and run around the backyard or do whatever. But whatever it takes to download what you've just experienced.
Yeah. Yes. And I think, so I'm an extrovert by nature. So I am generally energized by being around people. I love doing visits. And I actually find visits to be really tiring. Active listening, that kind of leaning in listening, it's draining, right? It's hard to go home and say to my family, I worked really hard today. I went and visited and had tea with so many people. Right? And yet, I worked really hard today. So it is important, and that our whole afternoon is going to be about that. There are exactly 2 pastors in the room, and I'm going to suggest that neither one of us prays for lunch. Anybody want to pray grace for us? Now, again, I would say to you, whatever you're tricky, I would guess that almost every single one of us knows, "Come, Lord Jesus, be our guest." I would suggest there's all kinds of prayers that we all know, and I am comfortable praying any one of them. Is there anyone who would like to lead us? We can do it. All right.
Brought the one up downstairs that they just did. I can remember part of it. I may not be able to remember all of it because old age.
Thank you, Sherry.
Okay. Let's bow our heads. Dear Lord, thank you for the food before us, the friends beside us, the faith among us, and your presence with us always. Amen.
Amen. That was beautiful. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so it is 12:10. Is it possible perhaps for us to come back for 1:45? That's 35 minutes. It might be a little bit tight. We'll aim for 12:45. If we start at 12:50, it's not the end of the world. Sounds good? Okay, perfect. Let us eat. Here we go. Test. Okay. Yes, there we go.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Lunch must have been rushed.
Yeah, I bet.
I'm waiting. Good day for this. It's cold and rainy here outside. Nice to be inside.
Where are you again, Laura?
Well,
Well,
Okay, excellent. Okay, we're going to keep on forging ahead and try to get us through our afternoon on time. So if, Don, if you could put my slide to the next one, please and thank you. Okay, so this I think is an important question that was asked of me to address today. When do you refer? There are, really specific, there are good times, but for your purposes, I think the answer is whenever you feel like you're out of your league, right? As a professional, there are things that we look for, right? Again, to that safety, if someone is at risk of harming themselves, then you absolutely refer. If there's a difference between feeling blue and actually experiencing like persistent symptoms of depression, right? We all have ups and downs, but sometimes those things are more pronounced. If it's a persistent problem, right? So if it's impacting someone's daily life, whether that's anxiety, depression, whatever it is, again, but you don't have to wait that long. Have you had a conversation with your doctor about how you're feeling? Wouldn't hurt to talk to somebody. Just let them know that you're struggling. Here is where, right? Have your numbers accessible, right? 911, 988, and those others. 911 is very much kind of that threshold for emergencies, and people don't want to call that. But I think many people don't know that there are other numbers that they can call, right? But 988 is a really good one. It's helpful. I even have clients who said, I called 988 last week. Good, right? So have those. That's the kind of thing that you could post, print and put inside your Bible to have some awareness, or on a card for your ministry to be able to hand to people, right? Carry this with you. Remember that you can call this number anytime, and that there are numbers specific to youth and young adults and children. There's numbers specific. They're just really helpful. So know what those numbers are and keep them handy. And then that last line is a hard one, but we have to understand and even make peace with the fact that some people who we really think should talk to somebody will not follow through. And that is not on you, and it is not on me. It is just the reality, right? We do the best we can. We can pray for people. My CPE supervisor was a Roman Catholic nun, one of the wisest women I have ever met, who quite possibly ever lived. Sister Colleen taught us that when we left the hospital to stop outside the door and commend people to God's care. We were leaving, but God was not leaving, right? And so I can be reminded, the prayer, I think, was as much for my own reminder as it was for the people, right? God, I leave these people in your care, trusting that you are here and that I can take a rest, right? So, to refer. And then let's have a quick conversation. Next slide, please. What is a good visit? And how do you evaluate that? When you walk out, how do you know whether it's been a good visit or not? Anybody have an idea? Do you know when you've had a bad visit? Marcia says, well, I've had one or two of those. How do you evaluate it? Is a good visit based on how long you were there? No. Thank you. Is a good visit based on how deep the conversation was? Do you have to hear someone's trauma for it to be a good visit? No. Again. So what else is it? If you could press enter one more time. This, I think, is the only thing that we can really evaluate on a visit. How was I in this visit? Yes.
Sorry, I think it has to do with connection. If you and they also seem to feel they've made a connection, then that's a good visit.
Yes, I agree, right? Was I present, right? So that's exactly it. Did I listen? Because if you did those things, then very good chance you did make a really good connection, right? So you have control over yourself. You don't have control over anybody else. So when you walk out, and maybe you feel like it was really not a good visit, but maybe it was just not a great day for that person and they just were not up for it. And that doesn't mean it wasn't a good visit, right? It means it was not a great day for that person. So if you were present, you showed up, then that's the best that you can do, right? So that is that. Always err on the side of being very gentle and compassionate with yourself. You are doing this, and that is enough. Some days, showing up is it. Okay, so now, next slide should say lunch. We've done that rather effectively, I would say. Perfect. And so now, our afternoon. In the morning, we've really kind of talked about what we're doing for other people, and in the afternoon, we're going to talk more about ourselves and each other. Because how do we care for ourselves, but also how do we care for each other, right? So this isn't necessarily about the people we're visiting, but this is about the people in the room, the people on your care teams, and that kind of stuff. So we're going to start the afternoon. Next slide, please. There. Breathing and doing a little body scan. So if you are comfortable, you can close your eyes if you would like. Find yourself comfortably into the pew, whatever that means for you. Everybody always says, like, feet on the floor, and I'm really short, and that doesn't always work, so I just say, be comfortable. Okay? So I'm going to ask you, or invite you to take a couple of slow, deep breaths. So, and one more. Notice your body. Notice how it feels, the parts that are pinching a little bit, the parts maybe there's tension. Feel your feet on the floor if they are there. Notice your bottom in the seat. Let that hold you. Just relax into that. Notice if there's tension in your shoulders, you can let your shoulders drop. Move your neck around a little bit. Relax your jaw. Another slow, deep breath. In one more. Slow in and out. Beautiful. Open your eyes when you're ready. You are great students. Wonderful. Okay, so that grounds us and prepares us for this afternoon. Next slide, please. So this is our afternoon agenda. So we're going to talk about volunteers and burnout, self-care practices, mindfulness. We're going to talk about unified cutlery theory, because you didn't know yet that you need to know that. And then we're going to review our questions from this morning and see how far we've gotten and what we need to continue to do. And then we will wrap up and all be on our way. Okay, so next slide, please. Volunteer burnout. Catherine, I'm going to ask you to get the microphone ready. So there's two questions here. Press enter maybe, and then the next question will come up, I think. There we go. So what is impacting volunteer burnout, and how can we care for volunteers? I think across the board, churches feel like it's harder and harder and harder to find volunteers, to keep volunteers, secure volunteers. What's going on? Why is this? What do we think? Sorry. Give us 1 second.
I think there's a lot of competing information. So a lot of social media, a lot of disconnection in maybe that kind of technology that I feel like if, especially as a young working person, you can feel very stretched in lots of different directions and exposed to a lot of different bad news and kind of the general conflict in the world. But it's, so therefore what, in that gray area, what is it that you can do that you feel is impactful, but you don't necessarily know that when you're visiting what impact, it's not direct cause and effect, right? And I think we're looking for that quick fix, that instant gratification that you don't get from this kind of work.
Fair enough. Thank you, Marlena. Marilyn had something.
Often in churches, small or large, the same people doing many tasks.
Right.
And they're probably good at doing them all, but over time, if you don't put time limits on ministry, that's a short path to burning out for someone. And it doesn't give them the opportunity to try something new.
You're right. Well done, you. You like to know it's done properly, we'll say.
Good. That's just a step because you're saying you don't have space to do what you want to do, learn new things. It's like I have my own list of ideas and things instead of taking it all on myself after
Well done. Good.
Okay. So some
Amazing.
And what we're finding in this church is but maybe don't have a job. Maybe are more actively raising young children, or maybe raising young children. That's why. But I would say our problem is people like us as
Marcia?
I think sometimes we lie to ourselves. You know, like often I'll do the stuff because it's easier to do it than try to find somebody else that will do it, or try to delegate and trust somebody else to do it and micromanage things. So I think sometimes we do it to ourselves. It's not, you know, and we find also some really good excuses just to get it done. And the other part is, and I see this a lot in my volunteering church as well as the food bank and we don't really always let the new people in all that well. Like somebody says, well, I would have helped you. Or they say, I'm going to help you with that. Well, when I was down in this way. And then we put up those barriers. So maybe if we looked in the mirror at ourselves, we could cut down on some of the burden.
Oh, Marcia, I think you speak truth.
I have 2 points. And one is when we're volunteering for the church, sometimes we forget to tell others how joyful it makes us feel, so that they're missing out because they don't know that it's joyful. And then we don't ask anybody. You know, we go, well, you know, this is meeting this day and this is meeting this day. But we don't say, would you find this joyful? Would you come and enjoy it? Would you like to do this small part? Because I find that once you get them in, and Elizabeth is really good at this, once you're in a little bit, you become familiar, and people start saying, oh, you are interested. Would you like to do this?
Lovely. Oh, I think Fiona has.
One of the other things I think that we find in churches is that you're asked to do something, but there's no job description. You don't know what the expectations are, and you don't know whether your expectations are the right ones. And you start to question whether you can do it.
Yes.
And,
or somebody tells you that you don't do it the way Sally used to do it. Right?
You end up dropping out because you think you're not doing it well enough.
Yes. It's almost like you all spend time in our churches. Yes. My husband loves to say to me, oh, there is always room on your plate, Joanna. Right. Well, that's just it, right? And I feel like everything is meaningful. I assign a lot of meaning to the work I do, right? And so I feel like I have to show up. I always have to show up. And then I hit a wall. It's this very slow learner, which feels a little funny that I teach this and then I'm terrible at it. But here I am. You will all be very gracious with me. Okay, so next slide. Self-care. What does self-care, you can click enter a couple of times, Dawn, because these are going to come up one at a time. These are just a few ideas, right? Some things that people do to take care of themselves. I think that there's a notion in our world that self-care looks like going to the spa, right? That it needs to include like a glass of wine and a bath or something like that. That's not necessarily what good self-care is, right? Self-care can be going outside, going for a walk, having a hobby, something that is different than what you do, you know, from 9 to 5 during the week. Gratitude. There is a whole body of research that talks about how impactful gratitude is for us. like gratitude journals. There are apps that will help you on a daily basis. If you, like, I'm not a journal writer, but there was a time where I had a book beside my bed, and every night, in point form, I wrote down 3 things that I was grateful for that day. Even if it was, the kids didn't scream today. This was when I had very small children. And there's good research that shows how the impact that has on our mental health. So gratitude, spiritual practices. You are all people of faith, right? So self-care may be part of your self-care may be showing up at church on a fairly regular basis, right? Having your spiritual cup refilled. What are some other things? And feel free, we'll yell them out, or I can repeat some if they're just short. Is there something that you do? Somebody has to be a gardener. Who gardens? See? Yes, okay. Also, good research for your hands in the dirt. How good that is for you. What else?
I take part in seniors exercise groups.
Seniors exercise groups. Love it. What else?
Hug a tree.
Hug a tree. Love it. What else? Yes.
I think definitely eating regular, like not.
Beautiful. Yes. Eating, feeding your body is good self-care. And we talked at lunch about sleep. Sorry.
Something new is something.
Good for you. Crafting. Yes.
Taking time to laugh and watch small children. Play.
Yes, pets, small children, crafting, all of these things. You are all experts. How well do you do it? You're all...
Because I paid for it.
Right, right. I have a cross-stitching. I find cross-stitch to be really helpful. I'm not really good at meditating, but cross-stitch helps me because it's methodical. I buy the ones where the pattern is pre-printed onto the thing, so I don't have to think. I can just be present to it. Yes, I have been working on this one for approximately 3 years because I do it that often and that well. Singing, it's so good for you. Yeah, again, great research on how good singing is for you.
I like
Learning.
learning something new.
Absolutely.
But then I'll be like, I never want to do that. That
Yes.
diamond painting, I did that.
Mm-hmm.
And then everybody, because I did one, everybody bought me. And I'm like, I give them away.
I didn't.
I don't want to do one ever again in my life. Sorry. Oh, sorry.
Sorry. Yes. Okay, yes.
Okay, does the mic actually work? Because the Zoom people were saying they could hear Pastor Joanna but couldn't hear the people in the mic.
Okay.
Okay, so it's walking in nature was the suggestion that I
Great.
had.
Excellent.
Speaking.
Coloring. Yes, creative pursuits. We don't have time for it here, but Google someday the 7 types of rest. There are 7 different kinds of rest. And so rest is not just sleep, right? But it turns out there's spiritual and social and creative is one of them, right? And so whether that's a rest from being creative or you need creativity to fill you up, that was why I took up cross-stitching. So all of these things, and there is, and like there's no end to how much can go on this list. but it's about finding what works for you, what's meaningful for you and your spirit. But intentionality around caring for yourself is really important. So we're going to talk about mindfulness now. Mindfulness is a really wide term. I think that especially for Christians, it can feel a little bit like a loaded word. I think there's a sense that this comes from like Eastern religions, and it doesn't belong to us, and it's not who we are. But there are lots of ways for us to do this in ways that can be very much rooted in our faith, but really is just about being present, right? Mindfulness is about pausing and being present, finding your bum in the seat or your feet on the ground, right? And there's good reason for this. So next, we live in a world where we are flooded with media, social media, news, action. We never stop. Our brains are not designed for that. Our brains are still wired, like the world and technology have evolved far quicker than our brain chemistry has, right? Our brains are designed to have periods of activity and periods of rest, right? When we are constantly activated, constantly bombarded, there's a part of our brain called the amygdala. It is responsible for, I'm sure that many of you have heard of fight or flight, right? Now we will often, people will say fight, flight, freeze, or fawn, right? That there's more, so we know what fight is, we know what flight is, freeze is like this, and fawn is, oh yes, okay, whichever you want, right? Because we don't know what to do, so we just go along with it, right? But our bodies, when we are always activated, this part of our brain gets really lit up. When you're anxious, when you're worried, when you're stressed, the amygdala lights up. So if you imagine your brain looks kind of like a fist, the amygdala is in the middle of our brain. It's just this little part kind of in the middle. And if you think of our fingers, my fingers here, as the front part of your brain, our front is where we do all of our thinking, logic, reasoning, creativity, all that kind of stuff happens at the front part of our brain. That's the part of our brain that really kind of differentiates us from all the other animals. But when we get stuck in fight or flight, the amygdala lights up. And when they do research to see what happens in the rest of our brain when this happens, the front part of our brain goes dark. Now this is, in an evolutionary kind of a way, helpful and important, right? The amygdala was supposed to light up in order to save our life, right? So if a bear is chasing you, you don't need to think, reason your way through that. You need to run, right? You need to save your life. The problem is that in this world, our amygdala doesn't have the capability to really tell the difference between, running from a bear and a terrible traffic jam. Or, for some of us, I have 100 emails to reply to. Or, right? So these kinds of things. Mindfulness is what can help us flip the switch back so the amygdala can calm down and the front part of our brain can come back online. It does work kind of like a switch, okay? Because what are you not doing if you're running from a bear? Correct. but you're also not deep breathing, right? If you are running for your life, you are not taking slow, deep breaths. If you take a slow, deep breath, the mid part of your brain says, oh, okay, maybe there's no bear. And and then your whole body can calm down. We have the ability to make that switch flip, even though it can feel like we can't control the running thoughts, right? Like the way that we spin in anxiety and all that kind of, right? You're nodding. You know what this is like, right? Mindfulness helps us. And whether you do this for 30 seconds or you're the kind of person who's able to do it and sit in silence for 30 minutes a day, it's amazing for you. I'm not quite capable of that. But I can, in moments, find a couple slow, deep breaths that can help me come back to myself. Okay? So if we can switch again. Okay, one more. That past slide, you don't have to go back to it, but it's just that same that I said this morning, we can only control ourselves, right? So we can be in the midst of a crazy, difficult, demanding situation. You cannot control what the other people in the room are doing. You can control yourself. It's the only thing you can control. You can control how you are in the space and how you respond. So this kind of thing helps us to manage that kind of thing. So these are a couple of some of the most simple things that I think to access. There's a huge body of knowledge around mindfulness, and people even in the room who are probably much better and more equipped to do this than me. But this, hopefully, just a couple of really accessible things. So box breathing, I've even heard is taught in the military for people who are in really traumatic situations because it can help them. So if you think of a box and count to 4, you breathe in for 4 seconds, hold it for 4 seconds, breathe out for 4 seconds, leave that for 4 seconds, and then go around in the box. It's a purposeful slowing, right? It's all of these things are. My favorite is the lengthened exhale. Even if I can't slow my intake very much, right? If you breathe out for 1 count more than you breathe in, it will trigger your brain into calming. Because you cannot lengthen the exhale if you are running, right? Because you have to rush to get the next breath in. You can lengthen the exhale, it quickly helps to start calming your body. There are a number of people for whom mantras or sayings are kind of touchstones, right? Breathe in. So whether you say, I breathe in peace, I breathe out worry, I breathe in peace, I breathe out worry. Be still and know comes from Psalm 121. 21? Move. Thank you. I just work here. Breathe in. You can say the same words, breathing in and out, right? I am here, right, as a rootedness, or I am okay, I am well, I am with God. When you do this thing, this is the part that the goal is not to do it perfectly. So I think that many of us get stuck as soon as someone who's trying to teach us this says, empty your mind. Like, that is not part of my experience, right? There is always something. So the goal here is not necessarily to have your mind empty, but that when the things keep popping up, for us to learn to say, I'll be with you in a minute, right? Okay, I'm going to just pause, right? But it's not about doing it perfectly. I think it's more about just learning the process. Yes? Okay. So mindfulness, and the goal of this is to just calm, to bring your body back to that place where it doesn't need to feel like it's ready to run for its life, right? We look at the news, I just all the time, right? As soon as I pick up my phone, there's like a, right? And I don't think we've done ourselves any favors by being attached to our phones all the time and feeling like everybody needs an immediate response and everything is huge and everything is a disaster. Really, we can just be for a moment if that's the best that we can get, right? So I'm gonna skip us going away for that and jump us, look at us, just to make sure that we're gonna start. Then when we break out again, you can have both conversations if you want. Has anybody heard of cutlery theory before? Right, okay, so this did start as spoon theory. And as is always the case, somebody said, I think there's something missing. I think that maybe there's an extra piece that could be. And so research has kind of built onto some research. And so now we have unified cutlery theory. Cutlery theory, it's important to say, started, and the research was rooted around people who experience chronic illness, disability, neurodivergence. And so I think it's important for us to name that and to thank those communities for the way that they've helped us then to learn, right? It's important for us to give credit as those of us who are empowered and privileged to acknowledge, especially when things that help us come from people who are not always, who don't always experience that kind of privilege. So, in unified cutlery theory, you start off with a spoon. Everybody wakes up every morning with a certain number of spoons. Not everybody wakes up with the same number of spoons, right? The number of spoons you have on a given day depends on the challenges you live with. So disability, chronic illness, neurodivergence. Did you have a great sleep? Did you not have a great sleep? Did you go for a run yesterday? Did you not go for a run yesterday? Do you have to work? We don't all wake up with the same number of spoons every single day, right? It's not like somebody always has 6 and somebody always has 7. We all wake up with a number of spoons every day. And a spoon is a unit of energy. So we use spoons to do the things that we do every day. Go to work, care for our children, decide what we're going to eat for dinner, Go get groceries, put away groceries, make decisions, plan, call the doctor, pick up the phone to do something else, right? We use spoons for all the tasks of our normal day, right? You perhaps use some spoons to brush your teeth. Probably not a lot, right? Because when we do things as a routine, they tend to take less energy from us and less decision-making power. Routines are helpful for that. But spoons are used for all these things. Spoons make sense? Okay, so the next are forks. A fork is a stressor. So a fork could be anything from, I have a really bad pain today, to my car didn't start, to whatever else, right? What are some of your forks? Certainly, I'm not the only person who has. You got up this morning and couldn't make a cup of coffee. That is a fork, right?
I need my coffee.
Right. I meditate, but I need my coffee, Marilyn says. Yes. What is a fork? Yes. Yes. You wake up, yes, not sleeping well. I woke up at 3:15 planning a breakout session and went, you do not need to do this at 3:15 in the morning, Joanna. Yes.
I have a 90-pound dog who doesn't like to come in at night. But she likes to bark, which irritates the neighbors.
Oh.
And there's no way, unless I bribe her and she's in the mood to be bribed, I can get her in. There's no way.
Amazing. Dogs are such a blessing, and sometimes dogs are dogs, right? Yes. What else? What other forks do we have? Ever other people giving you their forks? Oh, that's never happened to me. I'm lying. What else? What are our forks? What are we dealing with? Chronic, yes. When you have chronic illness, something as much as having a shower, yes. The Zoom community, they were in one of the role plays talking about thinking with their scenario, whether a PSW coming into the home, working with the systems in our world is like fork on top of fork on top of fork. And then you have someone strange coming into your house, and that's really hard. And then they really don't always know what they're, like, some of them are amazing, and some of them are maybe less amazing, and that can be a real challenge. Yeah. Paperwork. Taxes are a fork right now. Yes. Yes. I gave myself a gold star when I got my taxes done about a week ago. Being tired, yes. Elizabeth has some from our Zoom folks. Here. Oh. That's okay, Emma.
Chronic pain.
Chronic pain. Absolutely.
So I'm part of an endometriosis community. There's 5,000 women, and the spoon fairy was very what we used.
Fantastic.
So I've not added the forks. So it's kind of like really interesting because certain things do make everything difficult, and like especially things that you can't control. So.
Yes. Yeah.
It's interesting to know, is that I can
Yeah.
tell other people.
Yes. That's what I love about cutlery theory, thanks, Catherine, is that I find that this theory is just really accessible, right? And it gives us language. Keep talking about language. But I think it gives us words to talk to each other with, right? So spoons, the number of spoons we have on any given day can be more or less. They are the just units of energy that we use. Forks, stick into us a little bit. They're the things that are stressors. They ask something of us. I think that the person who came up with the knife is brilliant. So knives are spending tomorrow's spoons. Right? So a knife is an overspend. How many of us overspend our energy? Mm-hmm.
I was going to say, some people wake up with, let's say, the same number of spoons as someone else, but brushing their teeth might take 5 spoons, whereas for me, half a spoon. Like, they say it's routine, but for someone, that action, so I don't know if that relates a little bit to the knives, but they can spend all their spoons on one task.
Oh, yeah.
And that's it.
Yeah.
They're done.
Right? That's right. Someone with chronic illness might have spent really all their spoons by, lunchtime. Right?
That's my everyday, but I keep going.
Exactly.
I'm sure, people say, how do you do it, Emma? And I'm like, I just...
You don't have a choice, right, Emma?
No, it's not about choice. Well, it kind of, but I just do it because that's what I've always done.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. And so, but that speaks even to you. A little while ago, you said you live in a perpetual cycle of burnout, right? When you live on knife energy, at some point you're going to hit the wall, right?
It's not pretty.
It's not, right? I think there is a place where we can connect cutlery theory, which is, psychotherapy theory, to our lives of faith, right? What does it look like to notice or to pay attention and honor someone else's spoons? As we think about volunteers and volunteer burnout and ourselves, what does it mean to not ask someone to go into knife energy? I would suggest to you, it is an act of love to not ask someone to spend spoons that they don't have. Yes? Yes, right? So imagine what it would be like as a volunteer for someone to come up to you and say, Marilyn, we're looking for something, we need somebody to go and do this. And do you have the spoons to be able to manage that task?
Maybe.
Right. But we don't always preface our questions with, do you have the capacity for this? Right? There's just an assumption that we're all tired. Right? I'm tired. So why don't you keep going until you're tired too? You should be as tired as I'm I'm not good at this, right? And so it is the place where I live. But I'm learning and trying to be aware, to learn how to honor that we all have different levels of capacity, right? We all have different levels, numbers of spoons. And I don't want the people that I love and care for to be living in their knives every day, right? Well, if you don't have the capacity for that, it's okay, let's do it on a different day. Or let me ask somebody else, right? Yes, Sherry, Catherine will give you the microphone.
But that also means that we have to be aware of the people around us.
Mm-hmm.
And very much aware, because not everyone will say, if you ask them, do you have the spoons? Not everyone will say, no, I don't have the spoons.
Right.
You have to, again, make the connection and know.
Yeah, right. If you ask me, I'm going to be like, well, no, but I'll figure it out, right? Don't believe me.
So I think it has to start with ourselves. We have to know what our capacity is and start telling people, I don't have the capacity for that.
And that was exactly the next thing I was going to say, Fiona. Thank you. Beautiful. Yes, because exactly what Sherry said, we won't learn how to pay attention to other people's spoons until we learn to pay attention to our own.
Do you have the capacity?
Right.
Because you realize you don't. So
right.
Now you can give the grace to others to ask if they have the capacity.
Correct. And then the following challenge is to have the grace to be able to accept the no. Right? To not be the one to say, do you have the spoons, but really need them to say yes. Right? Because that is how we end up with too few people doing all the jobs and all of our volunteers burnt out. And then looking, and then, bemoaning. I hear it so often. There's no volunteers. There's no volunteers. So how do we honor? And many of our congregations have a lot of aging members. And along with it, along with aging, comes a change in spoons, right? So we have to pay attention to the spoons that we have. Yes, Rosie. Oh, I think, Elizabeth, do you have the microphone?
I just wanted to say I do try to organize a lot of the volunteers too. So sometimes I make an announcement and an appeal. Sometimes I do it in the newsletter that I also take care of. And I also honor the volunteers that do work. I say thank you to the property team when painting this new beautiful green wall here, and so many things, people doing the readings or whatever it is, I do a gratitude section of a person and what they have done in years and whatever.
Wow.
So I do try to honor that, but I also build up volunteers, but at the same time, I do still need more volunteers.
I know. Well,
You've been running on knives for years, dear.
So Laura says, faith that we will do whatever we can and still take time to care for ourselves. And then Lois says, there's an end to a number of people to volunteer. I think if you look at volunteers as spoons, there's only so many spoons, right? And that seems to drive the volunteer burnout. I know in our church right now, Lena and I were working this week in the office, and my husband was on speakerphone, and he said, just don't do it. Because, we're like, well, we've got to do this, and we've got to do this, and we've got to do this. He says, just don't do it. But actually, the fact is, at this point in time, if we don't do those slides for the screens, then we don't have the
Right.
presentation. We don't have Sunday service, which is live stream has added a lot, to the same number of volunteers, but a lot more work, and it's a niche skill. When I say we, I mean mostly Lena. So yesterday was a very busy day for both of us, and I said to God at the beginning, I don't know, I have no idea how today is going to go. You're going to have to do it for me. So I went to the grocery store because I was shopping for food for today, and the person in front of me in line said, do you want my points? And I said, yes, thank you. And I got to the car, and the guy who pushes shopping carts around opened the door for me and put all my groceries in the car. My whole day went like that. It was like literally that, like God did that. So I think we have to be realistic. We can't expect every day is going to be like that, but I think sometimes that's where faith comes in, right? That's all. Who else should I give this to? And yeah, if you could repeat, Pastor Joanna, please, because the Zoom people, for some reason, just are not hearing what is coming through this mic.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. So I'm going to send you out again. We're going to have some conversation around this cutlery theory. I have some questions listed. So if you're out there, then maybe take a picture of it or just go off of your memory. But are you good at knowing or noticing how many spoons that you have? Feel free to be honest about that. How can we honor one another's spoons, especially when we are always in need of more volunteers? Perhaps sometimes it means that an idea has to wait for a minute. And this one, in a world that celebrates busyness and productivity, everybody needs to be able to report what they have accomplished at the end of the day. What can we do to prioritize rest and self-care and caring for each other? Can we consider that to be a spiritual practice? And not feel guilty about it. Exactly, right? Could we be able to say, right, I had a very busy day taking care of myself. I did good work today, without it feeling like it's a selfish thing. And yet, we can't go out and serve. I mean, we're called to serve others. How many stories in Scripture include Jesus going off to pray? Right? Even Jesus. Yes, even Jesus needed to make sure that he was caring for himself. What a good example for the rest of us. Right? Yes. What is the commandment that I am the worst at following? Remember the Sabbath. Yes, I'm pretty good at not killing people. I have a very good track record. But when it comes to the Sabbath, terrible. So I'm going to send you off to have some conversation about this. Feel free. The questions around mindfulness were, what is your experience? If you want to do a deep breathing exercise together, and then to talk about self-care practices. So that will dovetail nicely into this cutlery theory stuff. So feel free to use or change your groups. It's up to you. Happy for you to do whatever feels right. So we will come back. I'm going to give you a little while because I feel like your conversation is really fruitful. So how about I'll check in with you maybe in 20 minutes and we'll see if you need another couple minutes. I'll check in and we'll decide how we're doing. Okay? Sound good? Wonderful. wrong. Just. All right. All right. Let me bring us back. How was that? Your discussions all sounded very lively and engaged. Oh, hold on.
I think to share the forks in your life gives you more spoons.
Indeed, it does. Yes. Yes. Sharing, yes, does help to change the burden. Sherry said if our Zoom folks, we're told the Zoom folks can't hear this as well when we use that microphone, that sharing our forks helps to give us more spoons. I think there's truth. Yes. Yes. Right? Yeah, again, I think that's another way to say that we can, our accompaniment with one another, right, is life-giving, right? This is the way to connect the theory to the faithful practice. Yes.
And we concluded that sometimes you just need a nap.
Amen. Sometimes a nap is the answer. I love that. Just ask a toddler. Yes. Yes. How does this feel? I think I said it. One of the reasons why I really like unified cutlery theory, I've had this discussion with youth at a youth retreat. I've had this discussion with older folks. I feel like unified cutlery theory is accessible, like that it's easy to understand. I think that the images make it relatable, and what I really, really love is that it gives us a language to use with each other. So how does that, do you feel like you'll be able to go into your life and talk about your spoons and your forks and your knives? Yes? Good. We kind of did. Wonderful. That's good. Okay, so I want us to take some time. If the morning we were way behind, we're right on time right now. Yay, well done us. I want us to take some time and look at our morning questions. And perhaps, maybe Catherine, you'd help me with this. Maybe we can kind of mark the ones that we feel like we've covered, and if there's other questions that we feel like we haven't covered, so we'll check in with the person who asked the question, and flag the ones, right? When I arrived this morning, Elizabeth said to me, we've already decided we want to do this again, although she said, maybe we don't have to host it. So if anybody else wants to host, feel free to think about that if you have the spoons. But let's check in with our questions because I think that's really important. So number one, I think, came from Zoom, right? Right. So inactive or soon to be inactive members support. I'm not sure we've covered that. Not to say that maybe something we talked about wouldn't be relevant, but I don't think that we've necessarily covered that. So let's maybe flag that one. Okay. So the next one is, how do we move to deeper talk of faith? Was that you, Sherry? Okay, and how do you feel about whether that has been answered?
Okay.
It's always hard to
lunchtime. Sherry's already living into the new, beautiful, living into the learning. I love that. So I think, we'll check that one off. That's not to say we can't all keep learning. How to start the conversation. That's phone calls. I think that was Marcia. And how are you feeling about that?
I think that part was.
Thank you. Yes, let me repeat what Marcia said, that it was covered well. Thank you. How do we draw people into the care ministry? I don't remember who asked that question. Yes, Marilyn.
I think we're on the right track. We're setting up job descriptions.
Mm-hmm.
And we're just trying to do it too fast.
Okay.
We want to be more mindful. I think we're really on the right track. I suffer from impatience.
Indeed. Indeed, Marilyn. So Marilyn, good. So Marilyn talked about, I'm just repeating again for the Zoom folks, setting up job descriptions and understanding capacity, and that's a good start. And then I believe this might have been Emma. What is too much care and boundaries? How do you feel about whether we've... Good. Excellent. I'm glad to hear that. That, if you're anything like me, is an ongoing learning. Yes. I think all of us who, you only come to this kind of work if you have a big heart and care deeply. And so we are always having to learn and relearn what it is to hold boundaries. We never stop learning. Indeed. So the next one, community care outside church, make and find connections, partnerships. I don't remember who. Yes. And how are you feeling? Marlena.
I'm still skeptical. If you have a good doctor and you have a good support system and you have good resources to help you advocate, but otherwise fall through the cracks. And that's, I guess, where church can help, but we're not the magic wand.
We are not the magic wand. I'd love to know what the magic wand is. If you do find it, let me know. Working in the systems of this world is, sometimes painful work. And people fall through the cracks all the time. And our systems are built on, too often budgets, as far as I'm concerned, and not a real care for the humans that we're supposed to be serving. So.
In that can be included in terms of care advocacy. Is there an advocacy piece that we as congregations can take on? Because when we do our visiting and when we encounter those systems that have gaps and holes in them, is there a piece where we can feed that information back to our municipalities and our provincial governments and say, this is what's happening in our communities. You need to be aware of this. I think that's a piece of care, I think
so too.
Communal care.
Thank you, Pastor Catherine. I agree with you. That advocacy, yes. So I would maybe flag it, yes, because I think there's more learning for us to do, and a reminder for all of us that is, a piece of work. My friend, Pastor Steve Hofford, who is the pastor at Trinity in Tavistock right now, texted Doug Ford a couple days ago because his number is public, And Steve said, no one was more shocked than I am. Doug Ford called him back. So Steve texted Doug, and Doug, like within the next couple of minutes, called him, and they talked on the phone for 10 minutes. So I would encourage you all to text or call Doug Ford and talk about gaps in our system and helping people. And Steve said he was way better on the phone than I might have expected. Said it was a very decent conversation. He said it was good. So I was very impressed. So there you go. Look up. Sure, right? And I mean, Steve said that. Maybe it was, but let us all be the people who are calling Doug Ford to say, where is the care, right? Where are the holes? There. Amazing, right? Let us all be the ones saying, we need family doctors. We need care. Maybe we shouldn't be closing safe injection sites, right? Let's all send our friend Doug Ford a text message. Yes. Yes. Steve, so I don't know if any of you know Steve Hofford. He's very, very funny. And so he said, we ended the conversation and he said, Steve, if you ever need anything, if you or your family ever need anything, just give me a call. And so Steve said, so the next time he buys a jet, I'm going to call him and ask him if I can go for a ride.
I think he learned his lesson.
Oh, we did really well outside of politics until then. All right, our next question. To use creative ways for therapy, dog therapy animals. How are we?
Well, we didn't touch on that.
We didn't.
But quite frankly, I've already reached out to Elizabeth to try to get there. They are now on our newsletter. On Rosemary's wonderful newsletter that we have here at Peace. They have already included them as care committee team members. So we have 3 people with my long Lithuanian surname on that list. Yeah. But I don't know. I think there's lots of opportunities, not just with me, but with others, because if you can't get through to people often, especially if they do have cognitive impairment of any kind, it's amazing what animals can do to get through it. So all I'm saying is, you know what, I think I'm okay because I've reached out to a few areas as well as the hospital now is going to engage them more. But quite frankly, can we all look beyond the box and see if there's things that we can do?
Absolutely.
Because there's always a way.
Yes. Yes. Right. I think to broaden our understanding of what does a visit look like, or what does right, to use things like art and music and pets and whatever it is that can help to make a connection with people, and especially folks that have dementia. It's not usually, or not always, a conversation the way it is when we are in a different kind of stage in our lives. So absolutely, opening the box. So do we feel like we're good for that, or do you want us to have more conversation? Okay. I think a check mark is okay. Helping the pastor to share the load of visiting expectations around people wanting the pastor to visit. Have we? No. Okay, we need more about that. So, and I think that maybe, that might have some connections to what Pastor Catherine will talk about with By Living Waters ministry school. Pastors also have limited numbers of spoons. Preach it. Marlena.
Just to help with acknowledging pastors' spoons, right? So if people understand the spoon thing, then pastors are also people with spoons.
Yeah, it's important to talk about that language. Yes. Thank you for that. How to keep people safe. Can you remind me who, Rosie? How do you feel about...
Covered, and also I didn't know and now
Good. Excellent, excellent. So Rosie feels like we had some good conversations around safety. Perfect. Okay, how to keep track and share in the team, the care visits and confidentiality. Now that was Lena who asked that this morning. So I'll ask you Lena had to leave us. So I'll ask you as a collective, do you feel like we didn't talk about tracking software or anything like that in particular, but I think we talked about how we can share or how much or how that, do we want more or did we cover it? We think we covered it. Okay, so we didn't do too badly. And then my friend Arnold, how to do the talking with your Eucharistic ministry. Good. Keep taking Shakura with you. You have every permission to work in pairs and to not be great at all the things, right? Not everybody has to be great at everything, right? So all the permission in the world. Perfect. Okay, so we're a check mark there? Beautiful. Okay. So then, I'm going to give you the microphone, Pastor. Well, if the Zoom people aren't hearing that the same, I'm going to just post this on your, there you go. It just squeezes like that.
It's so cute. So fuzzy. Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay, so the question was around By Living Waters Ministry School and lay ministry support. So that's specifically my portfolio as assistant to the bishop at Synod office. And actually, I have to thank Peace Care team. You were the first ones to reach out to me. I think I was day 2 in the office at Synod office, and I had an email in my inbox. And this is the result of that initial email. So thank you, Peace Care team. And this is specifically the kind of things that we're trying to do with By Living Waters Ministry School at Luther in Waterloo. So the idea is to talk about the shift that we are all experiencing in the church. We are really quite, based on our experience and everything we're seeing around us, we are moving away from a pastor-centric model. We are moving more towards a lay-led, clergy-supported model rather than a clergy-led, lay-supported model. This is based on the realities that we're all experiencing, as we know, in the church. And there's a beauty in it because what it's doing again is lifting up the ministry of the laity in our churches. It's really going back to Martin Luther's priesthood of all believers, right? Where we're all priests to one another and living out our Christian vocation in the world. And so this is the understanding behind the By Living Waters Ministry School. My colleague, Rebecca Ludolf, did research and a grant proposal along with Ann Anderson at Martin Luther University College. We have received a $1 million US grant from the Lilly Foundation. And that's to get this By Living Waters Ministry School up at Luther.
The idea is to have education that is accessible, though, so that Rebecca heard in her research that people don't necessarily want to go to Waterloo in order to receive training in education, theological training and practical, theological education and practical training. And in fact, that's what even this was very much, well, we don't want to have to come all the way to Waterloo. So the idea is to have this online education, in-person education, and also coaches that will come out into ministry areas to talk about specific needs and training in the congregation. So we have hired 5 coaches so far. We're in the process of training those 5 coaches. And we are working on 4 pilot projects that came out as highlights of the research grant that Rebecca did, that will feed into the course content at By Living Waters Ministry School. So the 4 that we're working on, pilot projects, are collaborative leadership. That's specifically for our rostered ministers. That's specifically for our pastors and deacons, so that they can get more comfortable and aware of how we encourage shared and collaborative leadership in our congregations. We have another pilot project that we're working on for lay preaching. That's going to be out in Nova Scotia. That's at the South Shore Lutheran Shared Ministry. They call it SALSA. So they're going to be doing a pilot project around lay preaching. We have another one that we are going to have in Georgian Bay in the fall. That's a pilot project that's around community engagement, finding partners, how we engage with our communities outside our 4 walls of the church. And then we have another pilot project planned for the fall, which is around this very topic, community care, congregational care and visitation. So 2 pilot projects in the spring, 2 pilot projects in the fall. They'll help us assess the course content with the coaches so that we can put it at the school as a course. And the courses are going to start in January 2027 for lay ministry training. Do you have any questions? Does that make sense? Do you have any questions for me? Yeah, absolutely, yes. So yeah, once the courses are up and running, Anglicans are of course invited. Actually, 2 of our coaches are Anglican. So who have feet in the Lutheran, both feet in the Lutheran and Anglican world. So yes, out of the 5 coaches, 2 are actually Anglican. Janaki? Yeah, well, yeah.
She would call herself a Lutheran.
Yeah.
She works in the...
She yes, so yeah, it would be Janaki as well. But no, 2 Anglican. So Dawn Leisure. I always pronounce her name French, but she says it differently. So yeah, she's but she was also a pastor at First Lutheran in Toronto, and she just recently got her PhD from Luther in Waterloo. So she's also one of the coaches. So yeah, there's a bridging of Anglican Lutheran worlds there. Yeah. And so the idea is, once we start the 4 pilot projects for these 4 areas of identification that that Rebecca's research highlighted, that was her understanding what was needed across our synod. Once those have been put into place, then we will be adding courses as we go. One of the things we've talking about putting language in there, as spoons and forks and knives, is also to have boundaries training, healthy boundaries, so interpersonal boundaries, those kinds of boundaries that are important for us for self-care and other things in terms of our leadership as lay leaders. So there will be more course offerings as we go. We're supposed to add 2 per semester. So we need to hear your feedback about what is still needed in terms of theological education and practical training. Yeah, so that's my role. And my role at Synod Office is also to support you in lay ministry, period. So yeah. Yeah, it's very exciting. And it's preparing our church for the reality that we are currently in, but also for our future, right? We're in this together. This was always meant to be a collective endeavor. And so we need each other, and we need to talk about our faith, care for one another, care for our communities, and we need to do that together because, thank you, pastors and others only have so many spoons, and we all need to be aware of the work we can do together. So that's one of the goals of the By Living Waters. So accessible education, online. Oh, the other piece I wanted to tell you very, very quickly was the coaches who are trained, they'll be available to come into your congregations. They can do one-on-one. They can do work with councils. They can go into a ministry area, right? So education that moves.
What do the courses look like?
There's 6 weeks. There's 6-week courses. So there's usually, especially if it's an online course, so that you'd be online for a couple of hours. You'd have probably an hour of some sort of reflective practice in your context. Right, so they're designed to be short 6-week courses. Yeah, and it's always meant to be a kind of a feedback loop. So what's working, what's not working, how can we improve? And we really are going to benefit from already the coaches that we're hiring and their skills and abilities, but also the academic content available to us at Luther. Exciting. So look for it. Very exciting. We're getting a logo. I've been showing the one that Rebecca put together at our various retreats. We're getting a specific logo to go with it. We're going to have social media, so predominantly on Facebook. I think that's where most of us are, on Facebook. And then we're going to have a landing page already where we're going to start promoting what's available to congregations. Yeah. So that'll be coming. So look for that. We'll put that into your congregation so you can follow along. Okay? Thank you, Joanna, for the time.
You say, Catherine, that it takes us to Martin Luther and the priesthood of all believers. I think you could argue that it's biblical, right? Right? We're not all Jesus, but we're all working and following and trying, right? Like, I don't actually think that the church hierarchy is really what Jesus had in mind. I think that it was all just people doing the work is what Jesus had in mind. So that's what this is. I think that's really wonderful.
Yeah, our baptism is our ordination.
Yes.
Right? Into ministry. So, yeah.
Absolutely. So, okay. I want to, yes, can you maybe go to the next slide and then we'll come back here? I just wanted to give you this. This is my email address and my cell phone number. If you go home and you think, oh, I really should have said this, or I want to ask this question, feel free to be in touch with me. Happy, as long as I have the spoons, yes. If the phone goes to voicemail, then know that I will call you back when I have the spoons to do that. Sorry? Yes, like Doug Ford. Yes, happy to do that. So Lena has the file. I think I don't have the email list of everybody, so I'll ask the Peace Care team, either Elizabeth or Lena, to share the slides with you. Happy for you to have them. No problem at all. Okay, so before we wrap up, look at us, 2:55. Amazing. Are there any last questions or comments before we close today? Yes.
Using technology for advantage, I don't want to say it's the magic wand, but ChatGPT is a good way in. Like if you have a question, it has been helpful to lead me down a road of structuring care team, like membership, like records, that kind of thing. It's a starting point. So I I'm not saying it's the solution, but use the technology responsibly.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough. I think there is. I've seen recently, some workshops around how to use AI in ways that maybe can be responsible and ethical and helpful in a faith context. Yes, it's a tricky thing. AI is. I know, right? I mean, the ethical stuff around AI is very real, and environmental. And I'm quite concerned about the arts and the way that AI is infringing on the arts. I would rather listen to a song that was written by a human than a computer. But that said, I think you're not wrong, right? That there are times, right, where you can ask a question and it's maybe a good starting point, a helpful starting point. So, okay. Anything else?
I just want to say thank you for putting this together, and for the lunch, and for the communication, the learning, and that I came today.
Oh, good.
I really appreciate it.
I'm glad.
I really appreciate you and these three. It's been like therapy today.
Oh, good. Thank you, Emma. Thank you for all coming and giving your time to this. I'll say thank you to Catherine for trusting me. Catherine asked me to do this, and it's been a real honor to be with you today. Thank you. What a delight to have been here with you today. So let us finish as we started. Sorry, I think you can read it. So, is there anybody who wants to read it? Or do you want me to read it? Let's do it all together. Beautiful. Okay. Let us pray. Risen Christ, we thank you for meeting us here on the road today. As we prepare to leave this space, open our eyes to see that the ground between us and our neighbor is holy ground. When we visit the weary, remind us that it is your face we look upon. When we serve alongside one another, remind us that the tie that binds is your spirit weaving us together. And when we find our own strength fading, lead us back to the table of your grace, where we are nourished not for what we do, but for who we are, your beloved children. May our hearts continue to burn within us as we go, knowing that you walk beside us always. Watch us safely home. In the name of the risen Christ we pray. Amen. And because some of us in the room are Lutheran, I say, go in peace. Serve the Lord. Thanks be to God. Oh, the pens are not, I'm not responsible for the pens.
Thank you to the Peace Care team.
Yes, thank you to the Peace Care team.
Thank you to the Peace Care team for hosting, for the lunch.
For the lunch.
For the idea, for the tech, for Elizabeth over with the Zoom and the Zoom folks. Thank you for all of that.
Yes.
And thank you to the Toronto Ministry area, for your area dean, Pastor David Tin, for helping us pull this together as well.
And we'll take a picture of this.
Oh, yeah, group photo. Don't leave yet.
Oh,
Group photo.
if you're up for a photo, please come to the front. But then, Catherine, I think if you... Perfect.